Hello? Testing. Oh, my microphone's a little bit quiet. There we go. The dogs are still settling in. I found these. It's past Christmas, but that's okay. It's still Christmas until it's January. I found these assets. So now I have a new nose. I got a rhinoplasty, and I have these Christmas lights. Very festive. I don't think you notice the glow too much, but that's okay. A little bit. I think I can still see. I think... Were we in the middle of the trial? I think we were, yeah. We were supposed to hear somebody's testimony, but I don't remember who. Oh, okay. I think it's the street sellers. Alright. I should do what I didn't do earlier and pull up a walkthrough. Create case attorney, resolve, walkthrough. Just in case I get stuck again. Okay. Take a sip of water. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Oh dear. Oh man, what is with this man's lip? Looks like he got stung by a bee. That or he got a really bad filler, but I don't think they had fillers back in the day.
Lips? We don't use lips. Far too fancy for the likes of those.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like. Live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spit a few words into a verse for them.
This was the cab driver from the first case we did. Well, not first, but first case in London.
Ah. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Everyone calls me gossip. There's so jaunty little tidbits to pass by, you know.
Well, he's got a big mouth. Jaunty little titbits. I just realized I said that. Titbits.
Got an absolute smash for you, sir. Right of your guinea it is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. All right. 6 pence it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins.
Is that it?
Well, that's not it. 'Cause it's gossip, isn't it? It wants to be spread. But that is up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Oh! Damn, yeah, it looks like someone tried to choke this man. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What'd you say?
She literally lit a match off her ass. I would not be that calm holding a firecracker. You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they could get to 100, they could blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want a pot with 6 for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the women, counsel. All right. I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special, only 600 pence.
600?
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there?
There'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Oh, do you think it could sound like a gunshot, maybe? And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell?
I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me, they call me the observator.
Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich, and you know it.
So, you don't actually sell anything?
Problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything. No. Come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, and thus they have heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
Blimey Beckett, I thought. Just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these 3 witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish.
Oh, no, that's not.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I ran into the room, and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find a copper.
These witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything. Who did they see going inside the building?
Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrick Van Zeeks.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper.
I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I made myself a tidy sum already.
But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it.
All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room to doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No!
Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel, for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony, somehow. Okay, they saw the whole thing from start to finish. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks.
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I'd have forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, does it?
Yeah, is there really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, Ethan. That fiery red mob still burned on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead?
Weren't you listening, chum? Why, he was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party.
No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct.
What?
Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene.
Oh my god, he died with the wig on. That's so funny. Not that he's dead, but that like this wig actually looks terrible on him. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Ah, of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying?
I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene.
So it just disappeared.
What? The inspector's been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him at the dock going in, though. No question about that.
Okay, less than a minute that the Reaper went in. By which presumably you mean the gunshot.
I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it?
And you say you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building.
That's right. He was on there straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that.
Well, he's the Reaper, ain't he? Well, the French call it fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message.
The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime.
Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great. And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct?
So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, I'm a bit hampered. See, all the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand.
What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before?
I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am.
So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? Maybe he got fired because he was accepting bribes. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Or, no, what was it? He was charging people more than they were supposed to be charged so that he could pocket the extra money. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Arms is just there.
Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. Hey, Reaper standing gun in hand. So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
There I was, kicked the door open like a professional I did, and yelled out, "What's going on there?"
Lord Van Zeeks claimed all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Eric Van Zeeks.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Oh?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? God, that's such an odd name, Sandwich.
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle.
What are you? An idiot, Sandwich. What are you?
So, I don't know what you would want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret.
He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. I planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck.
A pool of blood?
But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare, and don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
Well, I did, happens to the best of us at times, don't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Well, I must.
The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
The thing is, if he did slip, there should have been blood by the doorway, but there's no blood there. Not that I remember. I don't think we have a picture of the crime scene, do we? Because Gregson was shot in the corner of the room. It was like right there. So there should have been no blood there. So I don't know what the heck this man slipped on. Okay, let's press this statement.
Hold it!
You wiped your hand on the floor.
Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. They might have thought I'd done it. No tar.
And you didn't think that might be a problem?
Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message from all of us.
Is something wrong, Counsel?
No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all.
Don't come at me with all of that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor. The blood.
I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue.
Hold it!
So you didn't run into the room with your friends?
I'm not that sort of girl.
Sorry?
I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there.
Ah, right. I see.
Old Lippy and the witch ran in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream.
That wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it.
I wondered what on earth was going on.
Which is when you went to find a policeman.
And I ran into a cop as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight to the place. Didn't I do well, eh?
Just between us, that couple's eyes nearly popped off out of his head when he saw the Reaper.
I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe.
Considering the catalog of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particular and auspicious end. I can't find any holes in this testimony. I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Narahodo. The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, if Lord Van Zieks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of these three could be the true culprit, do you? I don't know, but what do I know? Is that there's more to this case that is yet to be brought to light. Okay, well, it's definitely something to do with the handprint statement. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to present the floor plans. This picture of Gregson doesn't really give anything. That's the only thing I can think of, the floor plan. If Gregson died here, why would there be blood all the way there? 'Cause I don't think they mentioned how close they got into the room. Oh, never mind, I am wrong. Okay, hold on, let's examine evidence. Did we look at this wig? I don't actually know if I've looked at the evidence before. Oh, this I can't really look at, okay. And there's this, can I examine this? Ah, there's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. So this is when the candle was shot, and then the rest burned this much. So I wonder if you could calculate how long these candles burned for based off of after the shot. Okay, what about this little man? The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Maybe the killer did it. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Oh shit! Interesting. Oop. There we go. This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? Maybe that's for the trunk that Gregson brought. And what's it for? I don't think there's anything else. No. Okay, what about the gun? So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary then. Yes, and then when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. Oh, and I don't know how long Barrick's been, a prosecutor for, but I'm sure it's been more than 5 years. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. And that doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. Well, there seems to be 2 loops, but I don't know what you would attach it to. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. And that might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? I guess I can't really look at anything else on here. Alright, we can't look at this photograph, autopsy report, that. Did we examine this? There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh. It's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too. It's Inspector Gregson, an exponent of the Red-Headed League then. Guess there's nothing else to look at here. Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, looks just like a handprint. And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Okay, well, you mentioned slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it on the floor. Maybe he wiped it on that. Okay, what does this firecracker look like? Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like a gunshot, yeah. Well, these are probably what, filled with gunpowder? I don't know how fireworks work. Okay, I think that was all the evidence. We will present the board with the bloody handprint on it.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting?
If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor.
What are you trying to say?
There was a handprint and blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board.
Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood.
Oh, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere.
So it was out on the floor?
Objection.
The witness very definitely stated that we wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection.
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position, even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time. It would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by, well, the board moving, right? The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards.
What? What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection.
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. And tell the court who. I don't know that yet. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, it can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be...
the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
I mean, it would make sense if there was no light if he died over here. Maybe the board was where the corpse was. Must have been here. Present?
Take that!
This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. The light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. And that's true, or in his precise words. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. 'Cause it was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force.
Ah, that can't.
The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw.
Order! Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself?
What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. I don't know anything about their notice board. I just wipe my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of my life.
Was that Reaper, I bet? It's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right. Yeah, I don't pay to expect too much. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Beric Van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well, then you may proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on?
Admit it? What's it to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see. Smashing print of my right hand.
Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, didn't you? Did you?
No. Imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man?
Well, did you see anybody else moving the board?
I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. There was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver.
In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point.
Yes, so it would seem.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's a primary school just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, you see?
What a racket.
Of course, and sometimes the teacher give me a little bonus to thank me for letting him know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, telling barefaced lies is my kind of thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Did she really just throw a firework at me?
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, would we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts? Deep philosophical thoughts? Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting, Miss Venus. Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it.
Heads up, we have an ad break in 5 minutes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there.
Oh, thank you for the headpats. Hi, Annie.
Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh, yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
All right, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, all right then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move the board.
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You deaf bombpot!
I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please, I should be so lucky my magic.
The truth, now.
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask. Ow! So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it.
It's Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he sold 10 years ago.
The professor case, no doubt.
Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
I see.
I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. Gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it.
Oh, the ads have started, so we're gonna wait. I'm gonna actually go and take a bathroom break. I did set up a new ad timer, so it seems to be working. I didn't think it would show how many snoozes I have, and I don't know if I like that or not. But we'll see. I think it's fine. It doesn't really bug me too much if it shows how many snoozes I have. But it is nice though that it's there, that people can see when ads are happening. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go pee. We still have like a minute left of ads. I can't get over this nose. It's supposed to glow, but it doesn't seem to glow very much. The only way you can easily tell is if I turn down the lights in this program. Which one is it? This one? So if I were to like turn this down, you can see it glowing. Yeah, you can see it glowing a little bit. I see you found the new emotes. I don't know if I should have zoomed in more on the face. Or if they're fine like that. I don't know. They're really funny to make though, I can tell you that. Seconds of ads, supposedly. Still good on water. I think I might make tea later. We'll see how I feel. You think a little more zoom? Okay, yeah, I think so too. We were back on here. Gina was talking about how this watch meant the world to him.
It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
It's not at all, though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it.
I wasn't expecting Gina to be in the same room, so I kind of gave the two of them the same voice.
I knew I should have lifted it.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Hey, please. Just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children. Watch your manners. Give me a second here. There we go.
Good Lord. The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at last.
And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Ugh.
Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
He doesn't know anything about anything.
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
So you did go to see what had happened.
It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of the sense of rivalry, I'd admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sinians.
Does that mean that you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board?
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now, don't tell us you've not noticed. Looks like he eats everything in the world, that fella. Not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes.
I can't say I've ever noticed.
I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off of that man on the floor. Or off the Reaper. Not for a second.
Sorry?
But I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a feeling like that might do if you look away, do you?
If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board.
Why, that I can. Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it if he'd heaved the thing upright again and dragged it to the corner.
Right. Glad we've cleared that up.
What happened to the face that screams bored?
I feel your pain, Kazuma.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate?
That's right. The defense is fated to lose. And the prosecution to win.
In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right, and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. Okay, I do want to go examine that watch we got. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. Imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. Oh, the top piece is missing. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here. Look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as how we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Oh! Oh! Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you'd need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Okay, well, we know what where the key is. It's in that little policeman over here. Where is he? Okay, same dialogue, and then they twist it. Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Miss Usato! Do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look. The inspector's watch has started going again. Ah. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Miss Usato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply, too. So I guess I can go back and maybe press her on it again. Let me save though, because I haven't saved in a while.
Hold it!
Did we ever? I thought we go over this. Oh no, we didn't. Okay. She said maybe I did sneak along behind Gossip and have a little peek into the room when it all happened. You certainly know how to lie.
It was written nothing really, just a little porky.
With not so little implications.
Did you know? Everything in the world apart from the truth is a big fat lie. If you believe that, of course.
I'm lost.
As am I. This desecration of the truth is really rather disturbing. I think perhaps we should move on to the next witness,
Oh, but what about the broken watch thing? Am I supposed to present the watch on the detective died when we heard the gunshot? I hunger, can you go eat? Has to be that one then. Because the watch still works, so that doesn't mean the watch stopped working when he died.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. You know what I think? I think Gregson has been dead for a day or something like that, you know? At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, he discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What?
Order! Order! But Counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot.
It is exactly the hour.
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold.
Why not?
Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. Met the world to him, that watch did.
They were abducted by aliens, and that's why the watch stopped. X-Files theme plays. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
Oh, aye! Well, how do you explain that?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch.
You can't mean.
What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead.
Order! Order! Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim.
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that?
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. Ah, that's right.
Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection.
That blood could be explained in any number of ways. Could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. And certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection.
But a gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all.
Oh, please. What are you trying to say?
Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room.
Now, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Eh?
Explain yourself, then, counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with firecrackers.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious, the very fireworks that are served by the witness. Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see?
Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact.
Ah!
You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of these fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection.
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Beric Van Zeeks. You know what my theory is? My theory is that somebody strapped a firecracker to the candle. So then at around 5 o'clock this thing goes off. And that's what scorch marks are for. And then that's why the rest of the candles kept burning.
One whiff of the match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like him. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection.
That's me when I use those sparklers. I fear for my fingers. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb?
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important.
A timed device.
Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
Well, the only thing I have is, like, this candelabrum, and I don't know if I need to examine it before showing it.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord.
Not possible. Why?
Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are. Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun.
Ah!
Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot.
You're suggesting it came from the fireworks.
How can that be, eh?
The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, till eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud sound. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we'd been led to believe, the previous day even.
No. Just hold your horses. As you allowed you saw the victim go into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Considering this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer.
Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma?
I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Order! Prosecutor Asoki, what on earth do you mean by that statement?
hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. I just realized this is like a remix of his like slow theme. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopped watch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident?
Do you know?
The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard?
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend?
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
Would it be the red-headed league? Because I can't think of anything else. I think I have to show the notice board again. Or... well, we did say it was the red-headed league. Where's the newspaper? There's this one.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, counsel?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact.
My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Narmahodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
God, Kazuma's theme goes so hard. I think it's easily one of my favorite
themes from this game. Save, yes.
Oh, there you are, Odo.
What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina.
You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow.
Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Sith. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those Leaguemen too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? And Mr. Sholmes is sweet, I mean.
That's right, Suze. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen.
Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with this Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
Don't tar him in with the same brush as you, Sholmes.
Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. He was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Miss Usato? Yes.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Beric Van Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi.
My lord.
Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, these are the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good. Bailiff, and usher the two men into the courtroom.
Oh my god, one of them's eating like spaghetti. Me. I wish that was me right now.
These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion.
Okay, first of all, they came from prison. Where'd he get that spaghetti from?
You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court.
I am a Fabio De Russo.
Oh right, they're French, aren't they?
A descendant of the great De Russo family from
God.
Nice en France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great family De Rossi, the landowners from Napoli.
Are they both French? I don't know. Probably not.
The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility.
Those who graduate from TGAAC are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do, huh?
So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out.
Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination does out the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, couple?
I think he might be Italian. I don't know.
Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Che? Are you about to tell me one of your grandi anecdotes? Evviva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Che bello, there it is. The couple's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, our couple. The furrow and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. What exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. No, capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The couple here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Where's those dogs? One day the world will respect the vedettes. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for his... C'est bien, Peppino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League.
Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. That if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4.
On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings.
And with the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, no?
No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a Coster's orange barrow.
The day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day.
Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See. And now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Wonder if that guy's referenced as Jean-Jacques Rousseau? I don't know. Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law.
He probably is named after a historical figure.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. I couple? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. Laura, this victim, is there nothing to do with us? You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
I thought it was maybe just a coincidence he was eating spaghetti or whatever that was. And then he started saying Italian words and I'm like, oh.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception. However, accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Oof! With this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh?
He's really sulking now.
This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, That is ridiculous.
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed.
Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
1,000 people. That's a very big crowd.
It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, there's a couple here. Here's the magnetismo animal, Nobody else could attract that so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the couple. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take out their names and we take out their money. And we take out their addresses as well. Then I tell them we'll take us some days to let them know by your post if finito. Maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day. That's a small fortune.
Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with?
Derusso is a French surname meaning red. Ah, okay, his hair. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. I guess Rossi is Italian then for red or something like that? Because one of them is Derusso and then De Rossi? I don't know.
Hold it!
He doesn't look at all familiar.
No, I don't think so. And this is a weird guy. He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, senor, I may be small. But my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Yeah, okay, it is Italian for red.
Capo? You didn't see a man like this, huh?
Hold it!
But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? His Japanese surname means clumsy child. Rest in peace.
Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, or maybe then we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? There was a man with a red hairpiece, but its mustache did not match the color. Then I do not think I would have forgotten him.
Kazuma said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly?
Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Oh, a spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti.
Really? I had no idea.
Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo, si. I say it again and again.
Did you see that? He did the little Mario jump. Ah, that was everything. Okay, maybe if I press them again on this and I pick something else. Okay, would it be his name? Or I don't remember what the other option was. I don't think they would remember a name. I mean, they might, because they recognize Shomes. His name. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson?
The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson.
Yes.
Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them.
Oh.
It was not a real interview, it was just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right, this changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, as we've already said.
I see.
It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. See, couple, see. I say it again and again.
I can't get over his little jump. Does it really not do anything? Because my only other option is his profession, but there's no way he would say that he was a detective. I mean, we have to try.
Hold it!
Yahoo! Yeah, basically. It plays in my head every time I see it. I thought maybe they would recognize Gregson because he appears in the books. His profession. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective?
The man in the photograph, a detective.
Yes.
It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito.
Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. DeRossi?
Sure, see, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
What about? What did he just say about the detective?
Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, couple? What is the problem? There was a man who said that I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What?
Good Lord.
Order! Order!
Explain this verbed face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was... There was no such man. Matei, what are you saying, couple? Have you forgotten I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, couple, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection.
Jota, the damage is done.
He basically said too late.
Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. It was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, a couple here. He doesn't take no nonsense, But he was well prepared. He said he had an identification.
Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another.
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? Oh, ads have started. We will wait. Also, are you okay? I see the pineapple pen thing going and then the pen pepino. Maybe you need some coffee. Okay, let me go in the options here so I don't accidentally skip dialogue. Okay, this is interesting. So far, we have, what was it? So then who would be what is it? If it's not Gregson who showed up at the park, then who was it? Because I thought it would be couldn't it have been Shomes? I feel like it could be Shomes. Otherwise, I don't know who else it would be. Because he did No, it would have been different because when Shomes went, they recognized him. So this has to be some other guy. Who it is, nobody knows. I guess we'll find out. In the meantime, we have like 2 minutes of ads, supposedly. I'm gonna sew a little bit. Trying to make a shark hat is difficult. I think the hardest part for me right now is trying to figure out how to crochet fins without a pattern. There we go. Okay, I closed up my circle. It kind of looks like a circle. Close enough. But yes. Still a minute supposedly of ads. I'm thinking of, to make a triangle, I could crochet an odd number of stitches in a circle. I'm gonna try that. It might end up being too big for what I want though, so we'll see. That reminds me, I keep forgetting to order the table. I need to do that. I'm probably going to have to dedicate a whole day to sorting out my desk. Because there's lots of things I have to move. Okay, here we are. Odd number of circles. I feel like this would be too big. Are we done with the ads? Oh, yes, we are. And I only just managed to start. Okay, welcome back. And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
It became very annoying. He said you were under investigation. So I took his papers from me and chased him out of the park. It was fantastical. And look here, is the identification.
So you stole it from the man.
He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described. Oh, no, this is the judge.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for those identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Now, let us return to the witness's testimony.
I can't get over his little Mario jump. It's so funny.
Allora, this victim has had nothing to do with us.
Hold it!
But we only have your word for that.
See, but what else can we do, huh?
Oh, hold on. I need to... No, I don't need to. True.
Uffa, we are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested and we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. I capo?
No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
You had to bring that up, Mai. It's not fair. I capo?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that?
Cavolo, you promised not to say I capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk, to my companion here. But they bought them for the wrong day.
Oops.
See, but it is an easy mistake to make, huh? The 31st. Oh, I have no sympathy for you. We were all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called great red detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster.
I've seen the evidence. You haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet these two both claim they didn't see him. You have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. Maybe lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely, if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. So there has to be something contradictory in their state. Oh, we didn't look at this yet. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. That's unbelievable. This is the real thing, after all. So whoever killed him took his card. Which statement do I... Victim has nothing to do with us. Maybe I present it here. Because if he has nothing to do with you, then why do you have his statement thing? His identification book, I guess.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why, Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's, no question about it.
It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation.
Zutalo! Order! Order! Well, if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically? What are you saying?
Unable to? You're not suggesting? Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No.
Order! Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you too have anything to say about that?
I know nothing. I done nothing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? I wish I had to return to Italia. So, stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lume, stop your whining and start talking. Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story and consider... I know nothing. I done nothing.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
For crying out loud. Oh wow, now they're both sniffling.
The truth is, we took them prisoner and kept them for the night at a secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent all the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. But no, see, no! It was not like a prison. It was a very comfortable and a calm and a happy. I capo? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Oof. So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date to the ferry wrong. But once a little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No, per favor, capo. It is not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Oh, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Interesting.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the couple. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this hideout of yours?
An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the couple here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive. Inspired, I couple. What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino?
And it was in the house described that you can find Inspector Gregson, was it?
Oui. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Too scared. Why?
Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was not the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow out the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good.
Bella, I see, you may be right. I couple. The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. And that is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I ask myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings from... We took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what the name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said.
What?
He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say.
See, we did that.
Hold it!
That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that is the other one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Laura, I was thinking, it must be false, so. I capo? Oui, it is just as Peppino, I said. We were convinced it was not genuine. And So together, the hilarious brothers, we took as a man captive. All we did was shove him inside the locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound. Okay, then they let him go the next morning. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Oh, Prof, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The first inspector, he was a real piece of our work. I capo.
What happened?
Oof, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do, In the middle of the night, he tries to escape out through the ventilator.
Can you blame him?
We chased him, bien sûr, and we got him again. Can you blame us?
Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
Zoot, what do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong?
Me?
Something Mr. DeRusso just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about?
Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the couple after you, believe me. And I speak of from personal experience.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There was no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed lead plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the couple, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the couple here, he came after me like a turbine, and he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have little bruises to prove it. I couple.
Bruises, you say?
You wanna see, You wanna see my fantastical bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
What that to do, I want to show you, or I don't. I show you, or I don't.
Thank you for the smooch. I love these two. It's like Dumb and Dumber. It's great. You do.
Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Go, you see? It's the very visible eye.
I don't see it. Is it like, I don't know, it just looks like shadow, but... That red ring around your neck, you got that when you were dragged back to the house.
See, the couple sometimes he is a very rough, and I says that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Yes, what is your opinion, counsel?
About this red ring about Mr. De Rossi's neck. It is important. Gossip had the same ring around his neck, so... Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Couple, you see, everyone is interested in what I say, Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi. See, if you really want that to know.
He looks so proud.
He tried to escape, but the couple put out the collar on him and dragged him back, like what he did that to me, see?
The collar?
Hold it!
Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from the leather.
A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. De Rousseau?
What? We had the same knot at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain.
A strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck.
I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of a bed. A leg of the bed, though. I would not have tried to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat other people are equal. It's a couple here's motto.
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The couple is a tough, but the couple is a rough. Ugh, I shouldn't have done it.
So, the following morning when you release the inspector,
He had the red ring from around his neck, just like me. Pepino, s'il vous plaît. Leave it now. Now you know, the couple here, you don't want to tangle with him, but for the inspector, it's not so bad.
Hold it!
you took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you are still holding him prisoner.
If you say that, then I will say this. There is something that takes.
Oh, no.
There is something that takes away our freedom too, the lack of our money. So we are the prisoners as well, all of us.
Huh? Also, hello, you took my cow. How are you doing? Hope you had a good holidays.
No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me mad and it makes me sad. What can we do?
Well, if you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course.
Oof. There you have it. You see, this is why we need the Red-Headed League, to fight for the injustice. Oh, to fight for the justice.
Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruhodo?
All we did was to give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say it was a prison, huh?
Perhaps he has a point again. No again, Mr. Naruhodo.
You should have heard him snoring. Matai, if anyone was disturbed, it was us.
I'm okay, just chilling in bed. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm loving these two redheads. I don't know, they're great together. Not much to go on, really. And their testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Ah, yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. It's very true, yes. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's? To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try to find out oh, this is Ryunosuke. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo, yes. But yes, currently we are investigating the death of... Oh, we cannot go to people. Oh, well, I have a picture of his dead body. Of Gregson, he died. His autopsy does not have a time of death, so we are thinking he died the day before he was discovered. And currently, these two people are technically the last ones who have seen him so far. Okay. The thing is, I don't know if there was any... Did the autopsy report mention anything about a ring around his neck? Time of death is gone. Cause of death. Victim was... Okay, nothing in the autopsy report mentions anything about a ring. I feel like they would include it in the report, would they not? Okay, it's not this, it's the photograph I gotta show.
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was only a prison. It was not. It was an invitation to stay. It was only.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there's no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took out the collar of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, you'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what may I tell you, we say this from the beginning, many times. Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we held captives that night.
Well, I did say that Gossip had a ring around his neck. Oh my god, they found his dead body and they didn't report it until the day after.
Order!
It would appear, then, that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone else could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. Unless he was already dead. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the red-headed leak in his diary for the day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson, whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi?
An imposter.
Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who those two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson.
In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished.
What?
There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post with the dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say, huh? So who was that false inspector? Aye, who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
Where is he? Oh my god, this man.
Take that!
Goodness me! Isn't that?
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man, whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys.
Objection!
What on earth would the street seller be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not?
What does happen to his lip? Ah! I see, this man is not for the red-headed league guy. He's looking for the twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising.
Eh?
What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order! Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately.
I didn't ask for this zoom in, but thank you. That would make for such a funny screenshot.
Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed, and identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now, what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it?
A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
Someone bound with Spectre again. I'm telling you, we've got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it.
Of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeBrusso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice? We are in bigger trouble, like couple. That's quite dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's right, see? You think we would have forgotten these grand lips, oh?
I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. How would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. Whatever I've been telling you, there was no need for this pointless testimony.
That's right, I'm just a simple peddler. Remember, Fresno Street's all I know. How could I come by a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, it's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There's no need to add your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar.
Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you were trying to wring my neck. It does look very much like I'm an egg, though
No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. They broke the mold when they made me.
For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with the red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London.
So you maintain that you've never seen this man before?
Oui, c'est ça. I swear by it. I swear to it by the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either.
That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. The Fabian call it an eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain.
See, maybe it is a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this immense country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left.
Oof, that is the problem, see?
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip.
How many times do you want me to say it, eh?
Hold it!
So, you've heard of the Red-Headed League, have you?
Don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? My business to know what's going off in town. Served that tasty tidbit for a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got a sandwich to cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. Don't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me!
Mr. DeRusso.
Oui. Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something.
Be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What? Mr. Gossip? With a housing agent?
Oui, he had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms.
But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the couple was right. I remember it at all. He was paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes?
Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers.
And what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
Hugh Boone!
Hey! I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I I don't much like folk talking about my personal life.
That's gonna become such a force of habit. I'm gonna start saying, like, titbits for the fun of it, and then that's just all I'm gonna say now. Every time, instead of tidbits, it's gonna be titbits.
Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asoki?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
But I never. In what capacity?
Yu Boon. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case,
So it's his room, so he has a picture of that lady, but why? So your real name is Hugh Boone. I think... Could you imagine how funny it would be if they had DeRusso say it? Because he's French, right? So it would have just been Uboon. Uboon.
Just between us, I don't like how to blow my own trumpet, but there's no fine peddler of titbits in town. So why, I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse.
You do?
And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
If either of us is a vulgar, it is not the me. Think again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before?
Hello, Zero. Thank you for the raid. Did you have a good stream? Welcome, everybody. You were playing Star Ocean. I hear good things about Star Ocean. That was the, Was that the remake or something like that? How was it? Oh, God. Thank you for the cheese. I think you were streaming that before, if I remember correctly. Are you continuing? Right now, we are in the middle of a trial. I think we're somewhere near the end. But yeah, I wouldn't say he's a main character, but like, he popped up a lot. One of the recurring characters ended up dying, and so now we're trying to figure out who killed him. It was fun going to try and get more endings. Oh, there's multiple endings. Nice. Are you gonna try to like 100% it? But yes, in this case, currently we've just learned that this guy is the owner of the room the inspector died in. Also, this is his name Jack? I think his first name is Jack. I don't know, Jack and Peppino. I love them. They're great. Love their banter. I can't do an Italian or French accent to save my life, but I try. So does that mean you finished it this stream? Or you finished it before and you're trying to get all the endings now? He's the killer, it's his room, he must be a bad man. Well, we don't know if he's the one who killed him. I mean, it's most likely because it's his room, but we don't know for sure yet. I don't know for sure yet because I don't even know what the motive is for killing him. No, not yet. So you haven't reached an ending yet. COVID's kicking my butt. Oh no! I hope you get better soon. I remember when I had COVID, it took me like... For me, I think it was less than a week to recover. Because I think after the first few initial days, you're like, you're okay. You still can't like... You still have to quarantine yourself, but like, you're like, you don't feel terrible, I think. I don't know. At least for me. But yeah, it's very funny living with people and having COVID. You just have to, like, you're stuck in your room. And I don't know how it was for other people, but I was presented food placed on a chair outside my room. Felt funny, like some kind of offering. But yeah, I had to spend like a week or two like that. But I was lucky, I think. I think I just had a mild fever and I was just mostly sleepy/dizzy. This time it's hard to talk. Oh no, is this your second time catching COVID? I've only caught it once so far. But I haven't taken any of the booster shots recently, so you know what, if I do catch it a second time, I don't know how bad it's gonna affect me. Maybe it'll be worse because I haven't taken any of the boosters. Because to me at this point, it's just like getting a, it's like getting the flu shot. It's like, I don't know. Offering to the cow god? Exactly. On a paper plate and disposable utensils too. Santa, please. Oh. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Zero. I really appreciate it. And while you're sick too. Thank you. I think you like I can very confidently say you have like single-handedly funded my new desk. If anybody is Santa, it would be you, I think. But yeah, I hope you get better soon. Don't be like me and like actually rest. I was terrible. I was like, my head is dizzy. I am sleepy. I will not nap. I will instead work on things instead of resting. Yeah. Well, here's hoping the world doesn't shut down again. That's something to think about. I don't know if we would ever get to that point again. Probably not. First time I had COVID, I was out for a month. Bad times. Oh no! Oh dear. Yeah, I hear it varies a lot from person to person, like how it affects them. So I'm assuming I got really lucky. Because to me, it just felt like a fever. But yes, get lots of rest, drink lots of water, try not to cry when you can't taste your food. Because I know I got so depressed from that. Only thing COVID was good for was Twitch channels getting many more views. That's true. I mean, everybody was stuck inside. They had to do something with their time. What's taste? Exactly. What is that anymore? What is joy in eating food? I had to be like, I don't know. Once you take away taste from food, it just becomes like, it's become so unenjoyable. And that's so sad. I don't remember how many days I went without tasting food, but yeah, it was sad, man. Wouldn't wish that on anybody. I'm gonna go snooze ads, it's fine. Alright. We are going to continue. I think this man was explaining why he owns this place. What was it? But yeah, currently it's a little weird that he owns that place because even though it's in like a very, I guess, core part of town, the rent is very expensive. And this guy is just a peddler. His job is basically standing on the street and selling information to people. That's why he's called Gossiper. And that's his job, and somehow he can afford this big rent. You need to make it extra spicy, like that zombie that eats hot sauce. Oh my god, I need to like... I never continued watching that show. Maybe you're talking about something else, but there was like a show I watched where like when people got turned into zombies, they couldn't taste anything unless it was like really spicy. But who knows? Well, the thing is, spicy is a pain. It's a pain response, right? It's not taste. So technically you could eat spicy stuff. And we watched it together. Did we? I don't remember. It's been so long. I've already forgotten. I'm sorry. I guess we need to watch it again. Isn't that great? Like I'm not gonna lie, I don't even remember really what happened in Star Wars, so we could technically watch Star Wars again and it would seem brand new to me, so. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the dementia has set in early. What can I say? I can't do anything about it. Yeah. Pray for me when I reach the age of like 70. I'll be lucky if I even remember my own name. Okay, where were we currently? Because I've forgotten. Basically, the three of them saw each other at the real estate agent. Pray for me? Yeah, because you have to put up with it, I guess. I'm gonna be like in a wheelchair, you're gonna be pushing me. Well, the good part is I can't even say back in my day because I won't remember back in my day.
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tit-bit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
Oh, that's another thing. He says titbit. Is that a thing or is that just a thing in this game? Titbit. Because normally it's like tidbit, right? Oh, okay. It's just another spelling. I'm just 12. That's fine. Okay, so titbit is also a delicate bit or a sweet morsel, but yeah, it means the same thing as tidbit. God damn, I am a child. Can I help you? Hi. The dogs have come up to me for some reason. Can I help you?
You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone.
If I must.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. Titbit could be something else. I mean, technically it would also, titbit also means a sweet morsel, you know? And I feel like that could work as a euphemism, you know? Okay, he says he rents the room where the fella was found. What difference does it make? Well, he obviously lives there, right? Oh, I see those like, emotes where people do their credit card swipe. I can't even do that. Like, it wouldn't work. There would be no bounce. So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed in there, is there? Just a desk.
Then why would you want to rent it? Pray for me now. I am, ooh. I don't know which one of yous was it, but someone tooted. I'm currently dying. We have ads in like 4 minutes. Ass cheek swipe. I don't know, I feel like Twitch would like remove that emote. I don't think they would approve of that, would they? I don't know, I would have to read the TOS. But maybe you could get away with that. Stop giving me ideas. Stop it. Don't give me ideas. Because now I kind of want to do it just for the fun of it.
But I don't think I should have to say, really.
And how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only that the police should have had access to.
No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. There's one thing that bothers me. You know how he has this photograph? This is a photograph of Mrs. Vigil, the woman who came because her husband was missing. I don't think we ever found her husband. All we discovered was that he's been telling her that he still works at the prison, but he doesn't work there anymore. He hasn't been working there for 10 years. But they're still well off for some reason. And Hugh Boone owns that room, which means this would be his photograph that he owns. So is he not Mr. Vigil? I barely remember what her husband looks like, but like, could this be him? Could this be her husband? Also, what the heck happened to his lips? I guess this is where I present the photograph, I'm pretty sure. Because that's his room, so he owns the desk. This photograph is on the desk, which means he's lying about having he's being all alone.
Objection!
If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. His lips on my phone? Ah. I thought it was his tongue. Oh. No, that is his lips. Yeah, that's his ginormous honker of a mouth. I presume as you've been renting the room that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Oh, well...
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone, whatever the truth is about this man. Oh, whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
How can you be so sure?
Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
I think those unmissable features are the disguise he's wearing right now.
Objection!
But what if we were to look the other way around?
What do you mean?
Yes, Council, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Oh, the ads have started. We will wait. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break as well. I will be back. I am back. We still have 2 minutes? 2 minutes left of ads. I'm gonna continue trying making my little triangle. I feel like what I'm trying to do is not going to work. But the great thing about yarn is that you can always unravel it. Yeah, no, I don't think this is going to work. I thought I could create a small circle and like fold it in half to be a triangle, but it's not working. Oh no, you guys might be hit with ads. Let me know if you are hit with ads or if you're already here, because I think even during the middle of like an ad break, they still have to watch the remaining of the ad break block. But yes, let me know if you are alive and not under siege by the ads. Damn, got blasted, sorry. Okay, ads are done. Oh dear. Hello, thank you for the raid. Hello, Burger Bro. How was it? You were playing Sunken Land. What is that about? Alive here from Burger Stream. Hello, Madi. How are you doing? Yeah, sorry about that. You came in the middle of an ad break. But what is Sunken Land about? I'm assuming it has something to do with the ocean. It's basically Waterworld the game. Oh, what do you even do in that then? I am currently in the middle of a trial in the Great Ace Attorney. There is a man who does not... Oh! Wow. When was my last save? I have no idea what happened, but it just skipped through a bunch of dialogue and I don't remember when my last save was. Uh-ohs. What time is it? I fear it is too far back to load. Oh well, I am sorry. It's a survival craft in the flooded world. Oh, is it like Raft? It's Just like Rust without as much frustration. Oh, I think I've seen it before. Is it anything like Raft if you've played that? I'm also affronted at this game. I literally did not press anything, so I don't think we missed too much. But you guys are gonna have to stare at some text while I try to reenact everything. We were here. We stopped here where we basically said that his current appearance is a disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huboot? And then he screams, "Ugh!" Okay, this is where we are at now. I can't believe it skipped through all that. I'm so sad. But yeah, I've always liked survival crafting. Raft is on my list of things to play. I don't know if it's like Raft. Raft has a certain gameplay loop. That it does. So I guess maybe that's where Sunken Land differs. In Raft, you sail your mobile base around. In Sunken Land, you basically make a bunch of bases on a chain of islands. Oh, okay. Does it have any story to it? Any lore? Or is it you're just kind of floating around making bases? Or one big one, it's still in early access, so there's no story just yet. Ah, I see. Sounds interesting though. I think I've seen it pop up on my Steam front page. It's early access and the devs said they'd add a story. Oh, I see. Well, that's going to be interesting then once they add that. Is it... I'm assuming it's also multiplayer. Because survival craft games are always more fun with friends. Did you play with friends? I like your holiday look, thank you! I actually managed to complete it on time, so pat on the back to myself for completing my Christmas look before Christmas. Although I didn't find this nose and these lights until after, so oh well, it's still Christmas until January. It is, yeah? Alright, I'm going to continue this game. Feel free to keep talking. Thank you again for the raid. Also, if you have to leave, no worries. Alright. The judge is affronted. Good. Wait. I need water. I played alone, but it was fun still. You know, sometimes it's nice to play alone. That way, if anybody fucks up, it's your fault. It's most definitely your fault. So you can't get mad if you mess up. Also, thank you for the follow, Mari. I ain't putting up decorations. I'm only having them up for a week and I'm leaving those suckers up for at least 2 months. That's true. Especially if it's still cold in like January and February. I do have to run. Unfortunately, got physical therapy tomorrow. No problem. Have a good sleep. Thank you again for the raid. Good luck with therapy. I'm not sure what for, but hopefully you're easily able to move in the future. Okay, I was trying to say this before my voice broke. Good witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? Is he gonna freak out? If that's a disguise, then. It's for Bell's palsy. I'm not familiar with that. My face is dead. Oh, is that what's difficult to move? Well, once again, good luck with that. Have a great stream, thank you! New Xmas trend, gifts every day from the 1st to the 31st. I'm not rich enough for that. Could you imagine being able to buy somebody a Christmas gift every day for the month? That's, oh man. And like to do that every year, I don't think I would be creative enough. Burger's affliction makes his face muscles lax. I guess that makes it very difficult in social settings. Underneath it, his true identity must be. Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No. Please, no. The thing is, I don't know what he does, if this is actually his job or not, because he surely can't make that much money from this, can he? The gift doesn't have to be materialistic. True, you could technically, like, for example, cook every day. I have a similar affliction, cerebral palsy, basically uncontrollable muscles. Thankfully, it's very mild in my case. I think I remember seeing a video where there was a man who had, I guess, more of a severe case, where he was like trembling a lot, and then I think it was like something to do with like CBD, but I think he took some of that and his muscles noticeably relaxed from that. That's all I can say for anything I've encountered online about cerebral palsy. I already cook every day. Well, maybe get other people to cook every day. Maybe that would be the gift. Oh, I guess that would make a good advent calendar, wouldn't it? It's like instead of chocolates, you get like a little gift every day, and it can be like a coupon for something, maybe like a cooking massage, I don't know.
Right. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
It is Mr. Vigil. Where is he? I have a picture. This man. Yeah, it could definitely be him. Look at that. Look at that.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah! I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's the name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Oh! That's because he was held captive. That's why he didn't return that night. And then his wife thought he was missing. Oh, the dots are connecting. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed leaguemen. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. He's a wife guy? Yeah, he's got a wife. She's super pretty. You want to see her? She's like... Okay, granted, this is like a younger photograph of her, but like... God damn, she's so pretty. But yeah, he literally went missing for like a day. And she got very worried. Yeah. Yeah, now that is a wife. But yeah, after a day, she got worried because she says even if he's not home, he always makes sure to like contact her. And his excuse would be that like he's like spending the night at the prison that he supposedly works at. He is me? What do you mean? Or she is me, I don't know. I think you're a little sleep deprived, maybe. But yeah. So that's his disguise, but this is what he really looks like. I would also call a wife like that every day. Me too. Oh, I guess that's what you meant, Shiro. Probably, yeah. I think we had a photograph of him. Do we not? Maybe we don't have it. No, we do. This was the photograph his wife gave us. That I feel very awkward looking at because it feels really intimate, and I don't like looking at it for too long because I feel really awkward.
Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course.
And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now, just you hold on a minute.
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. Isn't there a scene in like some movie or something where like someone like swears that it's a disguise and then they like pull at somebody's face and it's actually their skin and it's not a disguise and they keep pulling and pulling? I don't remember where it's from, but I'm sure it's a trope used.
No, please.
Bailiff, bring a soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord.
No, stop. Get off. Dude.
You mean like John Travolta in Face Off? She ain't seen that? He's right, I haven't seen it. Oh, there he is! Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary.
He had his spare clothes in his back pocket, very suavement of him. That, or maybe they were lent. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi in the park
Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all?
Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Tittle-tattle.
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison.
10 years?
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this.
Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil.
And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from?
Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. I've always loved the name puns in this series. I love the puns. Like, for example, DeRusso is French basically for red, and De Rossi is basically Italian for red. So the two redheads you see, their last names are DeRusso and De Rossi. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you're the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. And that quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
Oh. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years ago after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector.
What? Impersonate him?
Interesting. Always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit all C's tomorrows and take a statement from the proprietress.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. And that, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, all right? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. It's so quiet. And 2 sons? This man is wild, and that he is. I did not know that they had any children. His wife never mentioned it.
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these 2 red-headed leaguemen when they imprisoned the inspector.
But no, that can't be.
It's so funny. He's trying to copy the thing we do where we slap the table, but like his hands are too delicate. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
What?
Order! Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
That's what happens to me when I get made fun of in Discord voice chat. I get blown back physically into the wall. It sucks every time. You're basically an Ace Attorney witness.
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
Kazuma?
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago.
The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh,
Answer me, man.
one moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Or Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that, but even so. Prosecutor Asoki, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death?
I need you to trust me, please.
Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten.
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
Human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't. Kazuma-sama?
But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another.
Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not?
I mean, I obviously have to do it. I'm just gonna save though because I don't know what it is. Do it.
Or maybe this is one of those times where I'm supposed to leave it. I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
What was his version of events? Let me go back.
Is it basically where he said he resigned 10 years ago? But then he forgot? What is this a photograph of? I don't think it's this photograph. Letter of introduction? I don't think so. Oh, dismissal notice! Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisoners. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict blank just prior to his execution. Oh! Details of the escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Oh, I don't think I ever looked at this. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It is believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Oh, okay, this... It's gotta be this. Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Ah, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice, ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine! So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June? Was that the professor's execution? Professor? As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery, in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? Oh, order!
Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Trevor.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
That neck looks like it hurts. Well, he was collared like a dog. How he got that was, those two redheads, because, at the time, Vigil was impersonating the inspector. So the two redheads weren't sure whether he was a real inspector or not, so they kidnapped him and, like, kept him captive for a day while they prepared for their escape. And like halfway through the night he tried to escape and they caught him, and the French one, Russo had a collar. So his explanation for why he has a collar is that his family had a Saint Bernard, and so that collar is like a keepsake. Anyways, they recaptured him and they used that collar on him, and I think they chained him to a piece of furniture. They really inspected that inspector. They did.
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it.
Me, whenever I get like a mild headache. Ooh, the pain. This is really how it feels though when you get a headache, isn't it? Like dramatically, he is me. Or I am him.
Using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison.
Is it me or is he spinning faster now?
I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but I can... Oh, right. He's Irish, and I cannot do Irish. I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but I cannot help you now. As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of all, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew,
Man's gonna start like levitating out of the courtroom. I swear to God, he's gonna start spinning it out of the ceiling. Broski didn't have his chalky milk for the day? Nah, he's losing it. Chalky milk on a cold or hot day is always super good. I haven't really had chocolate milk in a long time. I always just drink regular milk. Rez will be disappointed. He's turning into a copter. The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Ah! Damn. Oh shit! Order! Order! Bailiff! Fetch a doctor at once! Is that how you got the horns? It was the milk, wasn't it? What, like Spider-Man? Except instead of being bitten by a spider, you drink chalky milk? I wish. That would be funny though. Could you imagine? If you drink too much milk, you start sprouting horns.
Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
Okay, we're being voiced now.
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Oh, to be continued. Save my progress? Yes. We'll save here. I don't know if this is like an investigation thing and we come back to trial or like how this is. Okay, well, we're back at Shums' suite. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Oh, wow, really? But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. I'm thinking it's just your webcam going wild, but I think your movement is charming as if you were gifted 4 kilos of cocaine on Christmas. Thank you. No, this is just how I move. Just always on cocaine, you know. Could I probably fine-tune this to be better? I don't know. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family. Not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder?
Room no.
Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyways, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? Look, a girl. Yeah, this is Iris. She's adorable. I love her. She basically replaces Watson, so to speak, in the Holmes and Watson dynamic. When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave."
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
You know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Or the construction of the solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important for him.
That's so true.
And that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Or Mr. Sholmes? I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
And there's another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama's not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know, I mean at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Wondering if Sir Arthur Conan Doyle ever considered writing a Sherlock Holmes novel where Holmes just says, FML bro for real, and Watson is left shocked and grieving in the wake of his sudden death. Wasn't that the thing with Holmes though? That like, it's very difficult for him to find like anything stimulating in life, and like the cases help with that, and like the nicotine patches and all the drugs that he did. I don't quite remember. I did read the book where like they compiled a whole bunch of the stories into one, like the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but like I don't think it mentioned too much about his personal life, I don't think. But I can see that happening. So we have an ad break in 5 minutes. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. A Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Now that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually in the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. Hold it! Hello, Heimdall, how are you doing? We made a big, well, I guess technically a big breakthrough in trial, and so the trial was postponed until tomorrow or something, I don't know, but we had to take a break. I don't recall if you know what's going on, but Gregson is dead. We found that lady's missing husband. And he was actually working for the inspector. They both shared that building where he died, where he was found dead. But he basically recalled memories he repressed 10 years ago, and he fainted, and so he had to go to the hospital, and I think that's why the court had to take a break. You gained 4 pounds over the holiday weekend? Those are rookie numbers. I'm pretty sure I gained more than that. So much food for like, I think 4 days straight. Man. It was worth it though. No more Greg, Rip Greg, you were real. He really was. I really liked him. He was a little annoying at first, but then he grew on me. And then like there were all these I don't know, like at some point you see how he cares for Gina, and it's just like, man, this guy's not so bad after all. And then he talks about how he's being transferred to France, how he's gonna take Gina with him to France because he's worried about her, and then it's like, and then he dies. And then he literally is dead. How could he? How could they? I gained many pounds too. I think everyone did. I love the holidays. They're just an excuse to eat lots of food. Oh. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs, Heimdall. Some late holiday spirit, thank you. Although technically it's still gonna feel like Christmas for the next few months, isn't it? But basically, if I had to go over the most important points, because this lady reported her husband missing because he's been gone for a day. And the reason he was missing was because he was helping the inspector, because what the inspector has him do sometimes is he sometimes has Vigil impersonate him and do like investigations for him. So he was investigating that redheaded league, and he revealed to these guys that he was an inspector, and these two guys kidnapped him and held him captive for a night, and that's why he didn't return for that night. But then the next day, Gregson is found dead, and oh man, we're in the middle of the ads. That's okay. You're still here, I think. So his wife thinks he works at a prison, but he hasn't worked at that prison for 10 years. What his actual job is, besides helping the inspector, is he's a peddler on Fresno Street, and he basically sells gossip to people. And so that was his job, which didn't earn him very much, and so the only reason he was able to keep his family comfortable was the money he got from Gregson for helping him out. But basically, because Gregson was found dead the next day, in the building that he works outside of in this disguise, he was detained as a witness. And so that's why he also didn't return home and couldn't contact his wife. And thus he was reported missing. But we revealed in court who he really was. That is the little rundown of it. But basically he was, the reason he was fired from his job at the prison was because they suspected he had something to do with the professor escaping execution. Because if people weren't there or did not recall, the professor, I don't think I have any evidence showing it, but basically the professor isn't actually executed. He is found rising from his grave by Enoch Trevor, which was a guy from the previous case. Little robot man, if anyone remembers him. But he was found rising from his grave, and then he was shot dead like a second after. But yeah, I'm kind of on the side. I believe that he wasn't responsible for letting the professor escape his execution. Or maybe he did, and maybe I'm wrong. But basically, the day he was accused of helping that guy escape, that criminal escape, he tried to jump out of the window and end his life. And I'm assuming that trauma thus repressed his memories, and then we forced him to remember, so he passed out in court. Something soft man, hard time, concrete balls. But yes, now we're back at the suite talking to Iris about this. Where are we at? A couple seconds left until the ads are over. Well, they're pretty much done. That is quite the trauma ball to throw at him. I know, I feel very bad. It was I'm not gonna lie, it was very funny to watch though, because he was holding his head like he had a headache, right? And he was spinning around holding his head. And the more he was recalling, the more memories he was recalling, the faster he was spinning. And then he started looking like this, basically. You know? And then he proceeded to pass out. And so court has been adjourned for now. I'm assuming until he's better? I don't know. But we still have no idea who killed Gregson. That's the thing. We still have no actual clue. We have no idea. I still have no idea. He had to shake his brain, to regain the memories. You know what? I'm glad you can spin like that. Thank you. It's one of the channel point redeems if you ever want to redeem it. I think I know who killed Gregson. I have a general idea. I don't know who it is exactly. Because you know how Barrick is called the Reaper? Because even if someone is found not guilty, they end up dead a few days later. And we obviously know that it's not Barrick who is killing these people. So I think whoever is the real Reaper is the person who killed Gregson. Because my theory right now is that Gregson was looking into this. He's trying to, Gregson, it has been stated before that Gregson believes that Barrick is not behind any of these killings, any of these people dying. And so I think he was trying to investigate who the real Reaper is, and he got too close and he was slaughtered. I think that's my theory. Spin to win. Man, that would be, I think, would that be doable? Maybe. I was trying to figure out if there was a way to like make a redeem and have like a wheel, and then you spin my model, and then wherever my feet or my head lands is like whatever it's supposed to be. I'll figure that out. Maybe that's a thing I can do. Alright. Where were we? Oh yes. It wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. Hello? Yes? I feel so judged when my dogs look at me.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Put the arrow between your horns? That's a lot of effort. Like spin the bottle but spin the marble? I know, it is a neat idea. I have to figure it out. What case is this? This is the fourth case of the second game. So like the second last case. Where unfortunately a dear friend has been found murdered. Seasoned criminal. No, his fish and chips. They were talking about his fish and chips. Every time I see Gregson, it makes me want to eat fish and chips. It's not something I've had a lot of. But like, man, it sounds so good right now. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Also, hello, not normal. Yeah, I read that right. Not normal AF. How are you doing? I forgot to say hello. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. You'd need an accompanying spin sound effect. The clack, clack of the wheel of fortune, perhaps? Maybe the sound of a stone boulder rolling. Oh, I was thinking maybe of like a drum roll or something, but I could do like the clack, clack of the wheel. Alright, Mr. Vigil's condition. I wonder if we can visit him. I don't know if they'll let us.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Well, at least we can give her the good news. Maybe Sholmes will be rich, or... The thing is, that family... I don't know how much richer that family's gonna be now that Gregson is dead. Why not do all three at once? That's true. Why pick one when you can have it all? That's so bad. Sounds like a really neat idea. Thank you for that. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Isn't it St. Bartholomew's or something? Or am I remembering wrong? Oh no, it's St. Sinners, that's why. Why did I come up with Bartholomew? Why? I don't know. It's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have. by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Rexy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine.
Then I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes.
No! Oh, I look like a clown now. Instead of like a reindeer. Oh, that's so funny. I gotta get my awesome puns in. Yes, they are great puns. Kill them with bullets, young one. It's the only way. Well, the two supposed weapons I've seen Iris make, one of them was like a smoke bomb, and I guess this one's like some sort of water pistol. There's more? Yes, there is more. I haven't like looked through the walkthrough, but like based on like the chapters, it seems like the last two cases are like connected. Like they might have split this up. Like this entire case we're investigating right now probably also continues on in the last episode, so it might be like, yeah, this thing is probably humongous. Cookie would be proud. The clown thing? Probably. I guess we're done though. I don't know if anything new is going to be said in this room. Already solved. Okay, and I do believe he's added. Oh, and I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince nez, a mysterious little box. No, okay. That I've read through before. Is there anything new? That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. And just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know? Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or highly explosive. Ah, that never stopped Sholmes. I've eaten so many gingerbread cookies and saffron buns. I had so many pieces of gingerbread cheesecake, like, oh my god. Okay, I guess it's just time to go to the hospital. Like, I don't think I have anything to look at here. I can't go here. I can go to the Lord Chief Justice's office. I don't feel like that though. I want to go to the hospital. Sadly, our little mouse friend's not here because he's dead. Is he not here? Is he in the other bed? Oh, what the fuck? These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be... Can I help you? Are you okay? You want to go outside? He's groaning and I don't know what's wrong. What is wrong, my child? You know the pants pains too? Eating too many goodies makes you so round you want to pick up working out. Not the gym, but home workout. Shio's been trying to get me to pick up home workout again, and I've just... Where were we? Pursuing the truth can be very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. I hope your dog can't read my puns. I don't think so. I'd understand the groaning then. God, if only. Okay, there are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. I also don't understand how they can't just, like, maybe lock the windows if possible. Or maybe put them in the bed further away from the window? I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you're peckish, you might try some of the pills. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. Who in their right mind would do that though, Susato? I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. Ah, yes, I am feeling a little peckish. It is noontime. It is almost time for tea. There are no biscuits? Do not worry. I will pop some pills instead. Let me break into this medicine cabinet and eat these foreign pills. Who does that? This notice caught my eye before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps. Let's see. Pay with good cheer. Leave with good cheer. Well, look at that. You were spot on, Miss Susato. It is full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. Oh dear, what terrible treatment. For me or for the doctor? Peckish pill sounds like a popping bad idea. I mean, that sounds like, cause wasn't there like always that idea in fiction where like you could just replace meals with like a pill? That would make me so sad about eating though. I'd rather eat food than just like pop a pill and be on with my day. I think this is the same dialogue. Oh, okay, it's a little different. Sounds like the name of a pharmacy in 7 Days to Die. It does a little bit. Hey, there are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there? If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Okay, who's here? Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endless supply chain. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he is a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later. Oh my god, what? I know, right? You tell a doctor you got tummy aches, 4 minutes later their fingers in your butt, examining you in dark places. It's okay, it's just a routine checkup. Gotta make sure you don't have any cancer. Ah, look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well. Yeah, people in Britain with broken legs just don't move. I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place. Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival. Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me. Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some? When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. They contain powerful magic, these wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself. No, I don't want to hear about how the doctor didn't go in with lube. Okay, well, there's nothing else in this room. I guess I have to go to Lord Chief Justice's office. I don't suppose we can go to... Well, is there anything in this room? We did say that the piece of the watch would still be here, so I don't know if we'll find it. I highly doubt it would be anywhere here. I feel like there's not anything to see though. Like we've kind of looked at everything. The photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly. Which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. I love his wife too. Don't worry, I think most of us do. Yes, oh yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. Because while that was a younger picture of her, this is what she looks like now. She's 36. She's technically a MILF though. I'm hoping we get to see her again. Maybe she'll be at the hospital when we visit and her like husband's actually there. Alright. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeek's defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true. But all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my. It really doesn't bear thinking about it. Still hot? Oh yeah, I definitely wasn't saying that she wasn't. A MILF? Yes. It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? It's such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression, yes. Oh, that's right. I don't think you were here. We learned in court that her and her husband have 2 sons. I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo. I wasn't. It turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all. Where on earth could he have been killed? Well, one way or another, we must find out, for the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, sorry. When I start thinking it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty. Yeah, she is actually a MILF. Do you think I would just lightly give her the MILF title without confirming? I'd never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key. I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it's ruined his image. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. This revolver, just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary. But Gregson's own gun was found on his person. And of course, Lord Van Zeeks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm starting to think the cold hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. And then I wish you every success. I think that's everything. Oh, there's the candle. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left. So that a loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Zeeks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Which may not have done you any favors either. I trust you on this, Marvel. You know your MILFs as good as you don't know movie trivia. I mean that in the most respectful way. Thank you. I will take that in the most respectful way. Yeah, the horns are actually MILF radars. Maybe it's like Pinocchio's nose. They grow bigger when I'm around MILFs. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to leave. Alright, where can we go? Oh, I guess we could go to prison. I don't think we have... Maybe Barrack isn't even there? Oh no, he is. He's reading. Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look.
He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. He can hear us. He's just ignoring us.
What do you Nipponese want?
That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it?
Perhaps not.
Hmm?
I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Grow bigger around MILFs? I got a similar ability. See, but mine's are always stiff, you know? Ow! Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly.
Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very strange. must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you. By your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, why would I choose to say anything? The henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. That was just the most recent of many attempts in your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Oh, you know, it would make sense that it's multiple people. Medically, mine can't. That's where we differ. That's where I am far superior. Played the part, he's an acting Reaper. Yeah, his nickname in the courtroom is the Reaper of the Bailey. And that's because even if people are found not guilty, they end up being found dead soon after. Hence his nickname, the Reaper, because nobody can escape, I guess, punishment, so to speak. But he's not the one who's actually killing people. But he goes along with it because of that title and the lore surrounding it. Criminals are less likely to commit serious crimes. And that's the only reason he's played along with it. Why he hasn't tried to, like, say that it wasn't him. It's a whole organization. It's inconceivable that all of those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean. It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Could you imagine if it was the Chief Justice? That would blow my brains. Tobias Gregson. What? No! But I thought he was trying to help you. What? Oh, if this is right, then what? No. No. Gregson, the Reaper? I feel so betrayed. I don't want to believe this. Oh. But if he's right, what? Can you guys believe it, my man Gregsy? So, the reason you're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it.
Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh,
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the moths.
oh my god. Literally me. I'm fucking dead from this information. What? Here I was thinking that Gregson was trying to help out Barrick, but no, he was going against him. I don't know. I'm both ways are so convincing. I guess we'll only find out later.
His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then.
Actually, I do have a name.
You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or, if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa.
No, you can't fucking do this to me. You can't name a fucking assassin assassin. I need a moment. Excuse me. Oh. They did so good on this. They did so good on this. An assassin assassin. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Wait, what? Shin? Is that name familiar to me? I don't recall it right now. Wait! Miss Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Wait! This is coming back full circle! She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson, who is Iris's dad, by the way. And nobody has told her, by the way, that her dad is dead. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? My mind. What is this? Also, hello in there, Sage. Welcome. How are you doing today? We are like near the end, I think, of this episode in the game, so no worries if you're confused. And hopefully I'm not spoiling anything if you wanted to play this game. Good, how are you? I am... I feel like I need to take a seat even though I'm already sitting. So many bombs have been dropped. It's like, dang. Because they're doing a lot of callbacks now. A lot of things that happened in the beginning of the game is being referred to now. Oh man. Thank you for the 2 gifted, I'm doll. Again? People are just throwing money at me left, right, and center, and I don't know what to do. Thank you. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps this isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh shit, right, his daughter's right here. What are you doing? Thank you for the 10 gifted, Zero. What are you guys doing? Many moves tonight, thank you. Oh my god. That was not a that was not a request to throw money at me. Hello, Gold, how are you doing? I recognize some of these names, yes. Oh man. At this point, the ground is going to swallow me up. Oh. Oh man, it's going to keep doing this, isn't it? I don't remember if it's ever done this before. Is it done now? Okay. Nope, it's still going. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh wow, okay, we started a Kappa train. Is that good? I've never had that. What is the golden Kappa? But thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub. I don't know if you intended to be anonymous. I still haven't set it up. I've been meaning to because I wasn't expecting this to happen. But I wanted to do a thing. Well, I guess I can do it quickly. But I wanted to... Guys, stop! What am I... Why? Thank you for the gift sub, Heimdall, again. Oh. But I meant to implement a thing where at the end of a hype train, a truck comes and smacks me. I've been meaning to do that, but I haven't gotten around to it because I couldn't find a sound effect I was happy with. God damn, guys, what is this? Okay, how am I supposed to focus on the game? I don't know, I'll try. Why? No. No, what? Thank you for the 5 gifted, Zero. What are you guys doing? Oh my god. Thank you. See, my initial idea was for whatever level the hype train got to was like how many trucks I would be smacked with, but then I came to disappointingly learn that I'm not able to get the data for what level the train is. So for now, there will be 1 truck. I don't know, we'll see when it ends. I will be smacked with a truck. I need to, yeah, I'll get around to that. I wasn't expecting to ever reach a hype train soon, but yes. Powerful truck-kun, you'd be isekai'd. See, the thing is, I was hoping there would be an existing sound effect someone had uploaded for that, but I don't think so. I couldn't really find one, so I have to go try to make my own. Train to Busan. I haven't watched that. That is the zombie. That's a zombie movie, isn't it? I think. I'm not very good with horror movies. How did I miss out on this? I don't know, man. It just happened. The people have decided to shower me with money. Unless you mean the Golden Kappa train. I'm assuming it's random, like, when people get this, because I'm sure it's like... Oh, you mean the gifted sub? I mean, if so, Zero has solved that problem. Thank you again for the gifted sub. What? Well then. I don't know what to say. I'm just... First, I learned that Gregson is a traitor. That everything... I just... Thank you, Golden Zero, for the gifted subs. What? I'm probably so red right now, honestly. I need to take off my jacket. It is too warm in here now. Oh, my cheeks. I need to cool them down. I trained my kitty to speak on command, and now we talk to each other at dinner time. That's lovely, having a conversation. I attempted to teach my dogs to speak. I have not been successful yet. Mostly because I can't trigger them to bark. The only time they ever bark is usually when there's like a visitor. That's the only time I've heard them bark. Otherwise, they're like fairly quiet. Use the good treats? It's just... Yeah, I don't know. I know it's like... The odds of them barking... It's just not very high, even if I like were to put a treat in front of them. Thank you for the streams. You're welcome. I really should zoom in on those emotes. That is on my to-do list. I guess I'll zoom in on just my face because that's all that matters. Oh, God. I need to calm down. I need to... Do you ever get like so overwhelmed that you kind of have to just go lie down on the floor for like 2 minutes to like collect yourself? Because like that's what I feel like I need to do. I need to go like lie down on the floor and like stare at the ceiling for maybe a minute.
I will send you to Jesus.
I don't know, if this isn't heaven, what is? Or was that a reality check? Short floor break, people. Floor breaks are great. You know it's really good when you have to sit down and take a floor break. Okay, I have not spooked the dogs. I have been screaming and they've just been lying down. I think they're done with me. Floor break approved, thank you. Oh. However, I'm gonna try to push through because I want to finish this episode so I can start the next one. Because my plan for after Ace Attorney is to play Ghost Trick. And I think the same people who made the Ace Attorney games made Ghost Trick because I was gifted that game for Christmas and I really want to play it. Hello, you took my cow. Yes, that is how I feel, the screaming. This violin is making me want to... Oh my god. Why? What are you doing? I can't fathom. Why? Thank you, Metal Ghost Zero, for the 10 gifted subs again. Okay, you have reached 95 subs to the channel. Jesus Christ. Oh. Umineko, like some sort of nerd. What is Umineko? I have not read the series. Let me go Google it. When they cry. Oh! I considered playing this. You had to make it 100, didn't you? I shouldn't have mentioned it. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Is Umineko different from what was that other one? I can't pronounce it. Higurashi? Is that different? Like, what's the difference between the two? I'm guessing they're both part of the same universe? Is that it? Same author. Okay. Is it, like, very different, though? But yeah, I contemplated playing those games. The difference is the setting, but there's callbacks between them, I see. I wonder if I would like it. I'm not sure what genre it is, but from some of the sprites I'm looking at, some of the people look crazy. And then there's the new series, Psychonia. Oh, Igarashi is a horror game. Oh. I mean, it can't be too scary, right? Because it's a visual novel. Maybe I could try that. I don't think it goes for much on Steam. You could probably find, because I think it used to be free on like a website somewhere, if I can recall properly. Let's see. Oh, there are many different ones. Which one is it? I am gonna have to figure out. Thank you, Hardol, for the gifted sub. It's similar vibe to Doki Doki, but I would say more crazy TBH. I think the scariest part about Doki Doki is was Yuri. That girl was crazy. I think it's the eyes. Oh. Okay, so technically the entire game is when it's not on sale. Well, it's like 41% off right now. Goddamn. Okay, well, at 41% off right now, it is $45 for me. Considering that the reviews are overwhelmingly positive, I would assume that it is worth it. I remember Doki Doki. Yeah, war flashbacks to that. Baby's first deconstructionist VN. Truly, truly. Yeah, it's for this bundle anyway, it's like, it's already at 41% off. It's like $45 in my currency. Cause I'm assuming these are the chapters, and these things, there's other things, but it's probably side stories? Is this a side story? I don't know. Let's wait, I'll see what I can do. Well, you could probably still find the old version with like the old graphics, probably somewhere. Oh, I forgot. They made an anime out of this, wasn't it? Hum. Seems like you can only find... Oh god, there's the truck. Well, the first chapter is free. So maybe I can have like a little taste of that. Oh. Everyone who gifted a sub gets a golden kappa emote. Have fun with that, I suppose. Uchikoshi stuff is always long, like 200 hours long. I'll add it up for Umineko specifically. Oh, okay. So this is a commitment. If I decide to start playing, probably looking to a couple months worth of playing. That's insanely rare, is it? Well, for the next 24 hours, people who gifted subs get that. Would you say that's like getting a mirror drop in Path of Exile? Yeah, flash that kappa with pride. Part of me is hesitant to try Higurashi without buying the rest of the game, because I feel like chapter 1 is obviously gonna end at a cliffhanger and I'm gonna be like, no. We'll see. I think I'll probably play Ghost Detective first, before trying this When They Cry series out. Not that rare. Yeah, all of us peasants with our normal kappas. Alright, where even were we in this game? We were talking about Iris's dead dad and how we can't talk about him in front of her because she doesn't know her dad's dead yet. I still feel very bad that nobody's told her. Because this entire time she still believes her dad's overseas and that he's gonna come back at some point. Something about ass-ins? Yes. We learned that there's an assassin and her name is Assassin. Which is a great name for an assassin. Could you imagine? With a name like that, who would think that you're an assassin? I finally calmed down? Not really. I think I'm in that state of like... what is it? What is the word I'm looking for that's not in my brain anymore? Disassociated. I think I'm a little disassociated. Can I help you? I look over and the dog is sniffing the treat bag. Hi. Shock? Denial? I don't know. I think I passed through all the 7 stages of grief already. I never bothered trying with Higurashi, but Umineko actually has mods. There was a PS3 release with new updated art, so you're not looking at the blob people that Uchikoshi draws. Well, hey, you know what? Maybe that's part of the charm, the blob people, you know? Alright. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Oh. Do we not know for sure that he's her dad? They both had the last name, so I just assumed. I think she even mentioned that he was like going overseas to a university or something. I don't know. I'm a blob person? Me too. We can all be blob people. There's a reason Ditto is my favorite Pokemon. That's a shame. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Okay, well, Prosecutor Asogi, what do you have to say about that?
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand. That only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Asogi, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
Ah, I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nibonese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life. How did that happen? Oh shit.
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zeeks had already been killed at this point then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour.
Oh, I forgot. The ad break has started. Oh, well, it started just now. So we will wait. Although, I think anybody here has probably received a gifted sub, if I'm honest. We'll still wait, just in case. This music just makes the atmosphere so tense. I love it. They really did do a good job on the music. One of my favorites is still the music that plays when Kazuma is on screen. Are we all Nipponese in this chat? Is saying nips considered racist in this world? I don't know. I can't say. I feel like if you were to use that word though, people would think you were talking about nipples. Could you imagine? Hello, how are you doing, my fellow nips? And then people just turn to you and they're like, did you just call me a nipple? And then how do you explain that? The nickel knees? Oh my god, the nickel knees. Nickel knees. Nickelback's cousin. I don't think I've actually listened to any Nickelback music. Nips are 69% of the time a good thing. Yes. Hi, can I help you? Oh, thank you. Do you want to go outside? Is that why? He's been a little restless. But he doesn't like... I don't know. You want to go outside? You keep getting up. Gonna reheat my hot water bottle before I freeze to death. Oh, go do that. Right, 1 minute left of that. Do you want ow? I don't know. Give the doggy a hug or whatever you can imagine. I will hug his head. For anyone who is curious, my dogs are Mastiff mixes, so they're about as big as me. Hey. Oh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He burped in my face. Large boys, yes, very large. Big eaters, yes. Doggy want out? I'm not sure. He keeps getting up. But he doesn't seem like he desperately wants to leave the room, so I don't know. Okay, ads are done. We can continue. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. Where were we? I think Van Zeeks was talking about how Genshin saved his life. Not the game, Kazuma's dad. All of a sudden.
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
We were surrounded.
Yeah, Genshin Impact saved him. Can you imagine? This is so funny. I mean, you're not wrong. Could you imagine? Don't worry, Barrack. I learned these moves from Genshin Impact. We'll be safe from these criminals. I crassed Crinklefly. Crinklify. Oh, thank you. I like to call that censorship, though.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I had been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zeeks, all right. We've got him.
The evil sim censor? Yes. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, then you would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. There's always been a niggling theory in the back of my head that maybe Kazuma's dad is innocent of all these crimes. But then who would be the real killer, you know? That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. That still boggles my mind. Like, I can't comprehend that. Like, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, all right. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Damn, okay. Greggy the Reaper? I know, I don't want to believe it. Must have been... Dun dun dun. The judge? Oh my god. Would you imagine? I would never expect him.
I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. Santa doing the crime. I mean, he does break into everybody's houses on a single day of the year. You know? And nobody ever catches him. Maybe it's one of the Reds. I highly doubt it. I don't know if you played through this case, but if you had to hear their banter, fucking hell, those guys are stupid sometimes.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. I'm assuming that's Usato's dad.
Yeah.
Huh? Father!
Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are. Oh shit, he's gonna freak out when he hears her name. Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Has Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. He shits his pants? He probably does.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you admitted by Kazuma on the end there.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
Didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. Hell yeah, everybody loves validation.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for.
I don't know who Dread is, and of course you should not be surprised. Yeah, if Marvel did, I'd run out to buy a scratch ticket. Yeah, because then you would probably win the lottery.
The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday.
It's part of my charm, thank you. Both surprising and refreshing that I'm basically a blank slate when it comes to movies, I suppose. I was just... like, I didn't go to movie theaters a lot, and as a child, my only access to media was the TV, so...
Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today. That was Barrick, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks.
Oh, he had that and something at the end of his head.
Oh, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact.
I beg your pardon. Did you say Asashin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed.
Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend that the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Okay. Not even Shrek? Well, luckily I have seen Shrek. Yeah. I've seen it a couple of times. Oddly enough, Shrek was one of the go-to movies they would play at school. I had a subscription at a cinema for 3 years and I got to see one movie a week. Oh, really? Around here, I haven't really heard of subscriptions to the movie theater. There was something like that they rolled out recently. I do remember that people who subscribed got like a free movie ticket. I don't remember what the frequency was. It was either once a month or once a week. I don't remember. Something like that. I'm back and starting to thaw. Welcome back. Shrek never gets old. No, it doesn't. I haven't watched the, I think I've seen number 2, but as far as like number 3 goes, I haven't seen that. It was years ago, probably a whole Marvel lifetime ago, probably. Back when I was a wee little bean. Huh. I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
Oh, yes. You just tried to leave me behind.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective shows. The name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So are there 2 Dr. John H. Wilsons? So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Oh, I could go for cinnamon biscuits right now. Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea that they serve here. Don't you, Susie?
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Oh man, could you imagine like cinnamon rolls, but like biscuits? I'm pretty sure that's a thing, and I need to make it. Shrek goes downhill after 2, in my opinion. I was assuming that was probably the case. You've seen Shrek multiple times? I'm shocked. Yeah. Mostly because it played a lot on the TV. And that was like one of the common movies that played whenever like teachers wanted to play a movie during class. Those 2 are going to kill someone? Probably. I wouldn't blame them. Speculas? Oh! They're not... I meant like... I mean, those are good too, and now I want to go rip open a pack and eat some, god damn it. I think I have some in the pantry. I might have to go grab some later. But that's not like... I guess those count as like cinnamon biscuits, but like cinnamon roll biscuits. Now those. And then like you can have like cream cheese glaze or whatever on those. I'm making myself hungry. Alright, where's the judge? I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while. Have you?
Guilty.
Glazed crease? That sounds so cursed. Biscuit break, take a short break and drink in a bit. Probably the next ad break. It is almost 1 a.m. though. I am hoping that we're close to the end of this investigation. I had that guy's beard. Did you? That's impressive. I feel like a beard like this requires a lot of maintenance, does it not? I feel like you gotta like keep it styled. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, I'll have to explore at the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes. I was all tied up with that accursed trial.
A close trial of Kazuma's father. Wait! Wait! Oh! Wait! 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 Wait. Hold on. So, supposedly, Judge Jigoku was also in the dock himself. And that was for the professor trial. Guys, are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? Because if so, this is gonna be the biggest fucking plot twist I've ever... Like, this is bigger than Phoenix Wright, I think. This is bigger than any plot twist I've seen in Phoenix Wright. This is like even bigger than learning that Gregson was part of the Reaper. I can't. Because, I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like I might be right.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify.
Oh, right, that was that. Why am I being censored? Floor break time? Probably. Like, what is my life? What is going on? What is this game?
But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my. Never mind. Maybe it's not him. But could you imagine the plot twist though? I must bid you all adieu. I really need to sleep. Have a great time all. Thank you, Zero. Have a good sleep. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. Maybe I was a little too quick on that.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Oh yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Is there anything suspicious? I can't see anything suspicious. Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain."
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this faithful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany back to Japan.
Oh! You want me to do...
What?
Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But... I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents.
And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Bruno?
But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father,
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
yes. All right.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
A thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me?
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious.
Oh, that was Holmes. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Mr. Sholmes.
Early, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now. Who?
Well... my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Usato. All we can do is pray. That for once my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly...
Now then. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
I'm just gonna go quickly let him out. I think he wants to go out. That will be 2 seconds, technically. I'll go back for them later. Okay, well, maybe that wasn't 2 seconds. That was a little bit more, but it was pretty close. So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
Oh, he's literally gone. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once.
Now run and call us a cab. Straight away.
Oh, they're both gone. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Well, where do I go now? Am I really not done? God damn. Wow. There is a lot more to this investigation. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to call it here. It is almost 1 a.m. and I'm hungry, so we're gonna have to call it here. Because looking at the outline of the walkthrough, I am only just slightly under halfway through the investigation. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is long. This is very long. Alright, we're gonna save here. And then we will continue this next week. I didn't think it would be this long, but considering that the trial was fairly short, it would make sense that the investigation is very long. Okay, let's see. Who is still streaming right now? Well, is anybody playing this game? I highly doubt it. Not really, that's okay. Thanks for the great stream. Glad we could get back a little. Keep being awesome and I wish you luck in your studies. Thank you! I probably have another year or two of studying. To get a paper that I can, like, maybe hang up on my wall and admire at a distance. And that's about all I'll do with it. I guess we can raid this person. She's playing Honkai. Let's do the raid. It's fine. You got this? Thank you. In like what? And probably, God, in like just over a week, classes will be back and I will have to go back to school. Not looking forward to that. Oh my God, not... How could you do that to me? How could you do that? Oh man, okay. I'm gonna start the raid. But yes, thank you everybody who came by. It was fun! So many plot twists. It's just you don't think that an Ace Attorney game can get any better, and then it just does. It just does. My other cat Johnson is in poopy butthead annoying mode. Oh no. I wish you luck. Hopefully nothing gets broken. Oh my god. I'm glad you enjoyed your time. Thank you for spending time with me. But yes, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night. Next stream is tomorrow / later today, depending on your time zone, and that's gonna be Mass Effect 2. So, yeah. There's going to be that. Otherwise, Ace Attorney is usually this time. Same day, same time every week. So I'll see you guys at the raid, I guess, and see you next time whenever you guys happen to stop by. Oh my god, me being censored. Even the claw is censored, that's so funny! Ah! You guys can't see what's grabbing me, you're not allowed.